Good morning. How are you yesterday? Trainings was long, interesting. How is the sound and chat, people? Are they there also? Or sleeping? Let's double check YouTube channel. Today we will have a little bit different topic. Yesterday we talked about artificial intelligence, hackers, some secret methodology about creating fake news and that kind of stuff. Today we will start with secure artificial intelligence product development. So how to build resilient software as a service applications and mobile applications. How is the sound for YouTubers? Everything good. Okay, so let's move forward. So agenda. At the beginning we will talk about what is it, secure AI, threat landscape on artificial intelligence systems, authentication, authorization, data security, encryption, ransomware, some incidents on lost data, social engineering risks, ethical hacking for AI, compliance, regulations. It's legal part. Not interesting, but it's mandatory when you're building something bigger. Security culture, trainings. At the end, we will have some kind of Q&A session. As usual, you will find all the materials on Moodle with some questions after trainings, some small exams. This time will be less questions. Plus, next to it, we will have some extra materials and maybe even some nice things like how to create content. One of my jokes from yesterday was to sit and find a way how to generate on new Google Veo free platform video with one prompt about promotion of the Vilnius verslo kolegija. I will show that video for you a little bit later. So, maybe there are any questions after yesterday? Maybe topics? Yep. You don't see any questions? Okay, we will check and update everything. Everything was on Moodle. Maybe you don't have rights. We have longer period to answer questions and have some extra trainings, so it's not a problem to do it the first night after trainings. That's okay. Anything else? Maybe questions on chat? Any live? Everybody with a coffee? No? So, what kind of AI applications are you using nowadays? Maybe some answers from the hall. ChatGPT is usual stuff. I hate it, but I'm using it daily. What else do you use? Gemini, newest version, 2.5, Flash, Pro. What about other products? No? Leonardo for generating the illustrations, pictures. Okay. Perplexity more for research. How it's work with research documents in Lithuanian language? Is it okay for you?
No, English.
Only English, okay. What else?
Are we talking about AI chatbots or any apps using AI?
Yeah, we're talking about them also, because we're using AI not only as an application. We're using usually APIs to connect between different kind of LLMs. So in this situation, you can even have some kind of chatbot sub-application at any kind of messaging services. An example, WhatsApp, Telegram, Google Chat on chat, even Zoom can have some kind of plugin to plug in AI inside it.
I recently started to use GenSpark.
And how are you using them? For what kind of purpose?
Also comparing relevant information. It's pretty new for me, this one.
I'm using only ChatGPT. I am fan of this AI tool, but I think OpenAI made this tool more userless, more stupid, because 1 year ago it was much
Микрофон нанес?
So maybe you have the same situation as I had from today. I wake up at almost 4, a little bit later, and I sit and prepared slides for this presentation. Very interesting thing. It have everything. It can generate you slides and update versions, blah, 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 all this stuff, but it's looping client in some kind of loops. It's asking extra questions without preparing the product. So it can example. I have a presentation of 50 plus slides, and it's now asking, come on, to generate all these things, it will use a lot of memory, it will use a lot of resources. Let's split it to smaller ones. Later we're saying, okay, I can prepare the presentation, but it will be shorter, smaller, not everything included in slide. I will not use the design. Slowly, 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 you're moving to the final version, and it's saying, okay, that's okay, but maybe let's deduct with speaker notes. Later, if it's okay for you, let's generate first 10 slides. Generate all 50. I asked about that. No. You need to check what design. Okay, it's generating design without design rules what you uploaded. Later, generating different texts which are not even the slides text. Choosing the old versions. They don't staying on context what are you asking for last questions and preparations of your product. So in my case, it took me more than 3 hours to go to a final. And this one is not even final version. Yep.
I had more interesting situation. I have little search something in Lithuanian law and ask ChatGPT, please make for me citat from the Lithuanian law. It events citat, it events not existed link to this, like Google, migracija.lt. This link is not exist even, but he gives me.
He still have all data. If we're talking about the same ChatGPT version 4, version 5, it's still stacking on all data. And I one thing, if we're talking about law stuff, it doesn't have information. You need to add additional info to prepare your own LLM. And then you can ask him the concrete questions. Plus, you need to submit not only law, you additionally need to submit him all data from the court when court releasing document after closed the case, you can have that kind of information. Yes, it will deduct personal data. You can't have names or names because of GDPR, but for the law stuff, the engine is okay, but you need to feed it with data. The same situation in Lithuania, in parliament, in some ministries, in police. They don't want to feed data to the engine, but they want to use the result. I talked with them, I trained it with some of them. They think, yeah, we like to have it. So, do you want to invest? No. Do you want to use the LLM from the original? Yes, but we don't need to too big resources. We don't want to feed data. We don't want to send them newest information. We don't have people. We don't want to spend time, money for trained people. We want just latest result. As cheap as possible. If it's possible for free, it will be a plus. Come on, it's impossible. And there are coming other things. Artificial intelligence and security is an issue, big issue. And feeding private data, feeding the governmental information is possible, but with reduction of amounts. You need to delete, you need to filter a lot of data to the product. You don't know how the product and the trained LLMs will be used in the future. Today we have friends, United States. 10 years ago it was China. 15 years ago there was Russia. All they was our friends. What will be tomorrow? What will be next 10 years? We need to have some kind of data bunker and secure everything without sharing full data, maybe just some amounts, just some pieces of it. It's just an idea for you to think. I know what some of the products from Microsoft, from Google, Oracle, and some others coming to the market. There will be governmental LLMs, there will be enterprise LLMs. You can secure your own data and be the owner with some kind of hybrid infrastructure. You will have your own servers, and part of the servers will be at the premises of a service provider. It's about future. So this year, next year, we will have products for enterprise and governments. So, security and AI development. Why security matters on AI development? Any ideas? Private data is good, but good only in our country. If we're talking about global products, an example products what will be used in United States, in Asia, in Africa, in non-European Union countries, you can use any data. You can share it. Copyright things? Privacy?
But if the product is used for crime?
All products can be used for crime. The same as with currency. Other euros or United States dollar can be used for crime. Yes and no. When people say, come on, this is an issue with cyber security, with usage for crime of crypto, bitcoins and others, the situation is the same. Everything can be one day used for crime. So do we really need a regulation on that? Some of the crime can be from government. an example, spying on the customers. Customers can be the neighboring countries, it can be the local citizens, it can be some kind of products for internal use. Sometimes it can be defense, sometimes it can be offense from the government side.
Government sites tools is rated on the government.
You think so? How much it costs to get personal data from governmental databases, criminal records, even clean up criminal records? In some countries it's possible. If we're talking about personal data, it can be secure, but if we're talking about possibility to extract it, to extract big volumes of data. An example, the whole database of country. Let it be Lithuania. It's a small country with small amount of data.
But many products of AI is must to be created by act of AI.
If we're talking about European Union
Yes.
and states and some other countries. An example, in Arabic countries, there are different laws. Some of them don't even talking about AI. They're using a product, but they have zero in law. They have no regulation. And you looking, trying to enter that market, and you preparing your product globally. In some countries you want to be regulated. In some countries you can't even enter them because of local governments. They saying an example, just example. I was the owner of website Draugas.lt. It's a dating site. It's old project, 25 years plus. When we tried to enter United Arab Emirates, Saudi, Oman, Qatar, these countries, it was 15 years ago. We did some kind of small investigation, and the problem was government not allowing young people to meet on internet. They have their own traditions. Mamas and papas deciding about marriage when, an example, young girls becoming 12, maximum 14 years old. Sometimes they're not even seeing the guy who will be the future family boss. They just joining forces between families and deciding themselves even without knowledge and asking of young people. And when we try to enter that market, they say, okay, you can have your dating site there, but it must be restricted not to register by locals. There can be a dating site with foreigners, but it's not allowed to use it for locals. I think you know apps like Tinder for dating. Tinder platform now is more than 10 years old. In some countries, it's not allowed to install application, and it's even banned from app stores. It's about global markets. When you're entering global markets, you don't need to regulate yourself to enter one or another country. You're getting the mass market, an example, starting in the United States, then entering Europe, and sometimes you even disabling possibility to customers from that country to use your app. An example, we have problems with Turkey, Syria, Afghanistan, some Uzbekistan, Tajikistan. They have different chatting and dating traditions in their countries. So we decided not to allow them to use our application. We don't want them as a customers who will pay some amount of money. If the amounts are small and user base of these countries are too small for us, we just decided just to disable it. You can ruin your business, then you allow some countries to choose your product. It's very strange, but it's that way. It's like it's popular to build some kind of chatbots. One of the example, you just uploading photo of boy or girl with clothes, and you receiving it without clothes for some bucks. It's not allowed in some countries to use that kind of application. The same Arabic countries, some countries in Asia. If you will push that kind of product to their market, you, at first, you will be banned. It's not an issue. The biggest problem, what they will judge you, and you will receive penalties in market you never used, you never marketed on that market. But you will be at the local court with penalties, with everything. I did that myself in 2017, 2018. Tried to enter cryptocurrency market. We built crypto ICO project with everything. I didn't even started to market it. It was in stage pre-release. We built websites, we built all infrastructure, and at the day when we need to start it, there was a rush when cryptocurrency goes down. An example, Ethereum was 1,300 USD per one Ethereum. In 1 week it goes down to 160, almost 10 times. So we decided just to stop, and after that I received the penalties and call to a court in United States. United States Commission did some kind of investigation on the websites on internet and decided what we are under the law of investment in United States. We never entered market. We banned all the users from United States to join our platform and to log in. We had no interface publicly. They chosen only one paper. It's named white paper to read about the product. They did investigation. They did inspection of everything what they found. They found company, they found people. I have big papers from them, and I received two penalties, 10,000 USD and 10,000 USD for trying to enter American market. So if you just place something on the internet what is accessible from United States, never been physically in the United States, never set up anything, invested €0 for marketing, you can be on the list and you can go to the court and receive penalties in countries you never even started business. It was one of my personal mistakes, and all documentation for investors where I was the information, but it's not allowed to the small investors from United States, Hong Kong, Singapore to use our platform. Anyway, you will never can enter with investors' money. You can never sign any contracts. You can't even log into it, and you're receiving penalties. It's just one of the examples in startup business when you can be not only banned but also somehow receive penalties and go to the courts in countries you never started business. Just by knowing that there are new startups with attraction of investors will come to your country. They decided that. It was beginning of 2018. We was on the same list as the big crypto companies like Binance, which is #1 now, with license in Lithuania. We're on the same list, there was 40 companies. They have a lot of money, investor money, to go with juridical department to the courts against that institution, but in our case we decided just to close everything. In 2 months we closed company, deleted website. Company just had, I think, 8 or 9 month old. When I come to my financial director, I ask, we need to close that. We received €0 to our accounts. We need to close bank accounts and everything. Yes. Close company. Yes. Close everything to registry. Maybe we will use it in the future. No. Close everything. That's how juridically you can be pushed when you just decided to go to one market, even without any second steps after that kind of decision. Well, about security. Why security matters? If you will not plan from day zero security part of AI, one day it will turn back to you. You lose data, you will receive ransomwares, you will be asked for some kind of action from government. An example, you have a product, someone will use it regularly, and when colleague explain it, maybe for criminal stuff. An example, it's a product which allowing you to search through the social networks to find the photo or to find the profile of a person who owns his face on that photo. So you need to look up in social networks for the person who you met just on the street, maybe at subway. Later you're planning to use it somehow. To chat, an example. You met a girl at the bus, you don't even have a time to talk, you didn't get the contact, but you are trying to get to reach her a little bit later. There are products in some countries, Face app, I think, in the United States, and then in Russia, mostly for Russian people, you're just looking up. But in some countries it's not allowed, the same GDPR, or sometimes some countries just limiting that. To find the person photo from the file, there is even some kind of functionality exists at Google search. But now we're trying to hide everything. Was a problem with, an example, Google Maps and Street View. Then was cameras on variable, some kind of a device for people who just do some kind of physical stepping to the small streets, using camera on the bicycle. using cameras on special cars and photo shooting everything. We're just running through the street and photo shooting everything, collecting everything and placed on database. There are some strange objects around them. So we're starting to filter and hiding faces, car number plates, sometimes even street numbers and plates. So there is some kind of limitations, not in all countries, but some countries just decided, it's nice what you have a product, it's nice to be viewable, marketed online and that way, but some countries just limiting that. As I mentioning on the slide, integration from day one. Integration of security from day one, from planning architecture of an application. We're talking about how you will secure your customer data. First thing, authorization to authentication. Yeah? One of the examples, I mentioned what we had a dating site. Dating site had authorization with username and password. Usually when you're doing architecture, it was done by myself 25 years ago. You have just that database, you have a table, in table you have username, password, email, nickname, and other data about user of application or website with dating. In our case, we had the field named password. For first 15 years, that field was clean text, without encryption, without anything. When there is coming customer, he's saying, I forgot my password. Please send my password by email, by SMS, a second level authentication. For 15 years, it was 2014. We decided what it's okay. You're just sending the password, user entering the same password, and everything fine with that. But later, there is coming data leaks, and there was no situations when we need clean password. So we decided to encrypt it, and we changed the structure how user changing password. Earlier, we was sending him his previous password without any issues. Nowadays, we're just sending a link, asking him to click the link which he receiving by email. He's owner of email, so that's okay. After clicking, we're asking some extra data and generating new password. Generating him new password and sending possibility to authorize. It was fine, but some of the users want to use their own password, not generated. Some of the situation was when users saying, okay, I don't trust you. I don't want to leave a password for you. So we just try to not to insert password data to database, but just checksum. We're generating the same password. We have checksum of a password. An example, we have a password 123567889 as example. We generated it as some 6-symbol checksum, which is equal to the same checksum when user typing in the password. We don't need to save a password in this situation. And when user asking change password to new one, you don't even saving it. You're just saving checksum. So when somebody try to steal your data, steal database of users, steal the username and password information, they can't use it. There is no password field even. It's just password checksum. You will never use that if you don't know this algorithm, how we're encrypting and how we're decrypting. Ourselves, we don't need even to decrypt password. You just encrypting password what we set for the user, and once we encrypting password and compare them, then user trying to log in. It's just one of the tricky things, how you saving customer data, and customer saying, oh, there is data leaks, there is was possibility to leak our passwords. We don't have your password by architecture. It's like with VPNs in some products, then they saying we have no log policy. They don't logging any kind of activities where customers doing on their services. In the same criminal issues, then someone criminal coming and using product, doing something, and there is coming some kind of case order by the police or court order, and they're asking, please provide what kind of actions, what kind of websites this VPN user used in period of blah, blah. And you think, no, we don't have that kind of data because by architecture, we never collected that kind of data. We're just allowing user to be secure, but we can't collect. Even on some of the servers, we don't have storage to collect that kind of data. It's not mandatory by governmental things, so they don't collect it. An example, NordVPN trying to do business in Russia. They had customers more than 10 years ago, and they used no log policy. So when governmental people come and ask, oh, maybe you can provide the logs from the user which used your service 12 months ago. Sorry, no. We have just data about some kind of login, logout activities when starting using customer. We have information who paid for service, but we can't share it. And that was all. It's about security. Trust. When you publicly publishing information, what kind of security products, what kind of services, what kind of technologies you're using to secure customer data, to secure customer service stuff, we're starting to trust you at the beginning. Slowly, there are coming issues. You're becoming visible at local portals. Some cybersecurity guys doing some kind of investigations. You can even receive some kind of questions at support, email, or even phone calls from police. When you publicly explaining what kind of technologies and how you used them to secure everything, users starting to trust you more and to help you expand. They're offering your product to friends, some influencers starting to using it. Sometimes with some small contracts, it's also some extra PR. So you need to explain to everyone what kind of security things you're using and what you are planning to do later. An example, just secure customer data is just one of small pieces of a puzzle. An example, how you planning to backup all data? How you planning to secure backup? How many backups you will use? How you will restore backups in case of something happen? An example, case and situation in France. There was big data center building which was burned by fire. Building is huge, tens of thousands square meters. There was 4 data centers, and all the data just lost in fire. Some of the providers had several servers in the same building with 100 up to 200 meters from server to server. It's not the same. And then everything burned, even with backups. Some of the companies just bankrupt and closed. Some of the products lost and will never appear. It was huge disaster for the data center company, but they had insurance. So sometimes you need to have not only backups, but also insurance. In Lithuania, last year there was accident with one of the data center hosting company. We have virtual servers, we have backups, we have a platform. They used top of software product for that. There is a company named VMware. Company who lost data was named Rakray. Rakray had a platform, they had data center, I think, with approximately 150 racks. That means it's thousands of physical servers. On top of that, tens of thousands of virtual servers. They lost one part of the business. One day, there was an issue with software. Software left some kind of holes in their programming product. The hackers entered data center, removed customer data, removed all the backups, encrypted everything, and asked for the ransomware. The companies decided just to inform customers that they lost everything and send customers to the insurance company. They was insured business for 2 million euros. They still in court. The data wasn't restored. Some of the companies lost, an example, accounting service data for 6 years. Some of the companies even bankrupt and closed because of some kind of algorithm and not 100% backupping their services. It's a trust. Treats. Data leaks and breaches. I think it's a most interesting topic on this. How often do you hear about leaked data? Leaked data from apps, leaked data from AI applications, leaked data from governmental services, medical institution services, leaked data even from e-shops, maybe some kind of app which was used for kindergarten to manage business, maybe accounting software. There is data leaks everywhere and every day. Sometimes we receiving requests to pay some ransom just because we leaked data. One day all databases and all servers will be hacked and all data will be leaked. It's one of my topics for last 20 years. At beginning it was funny, but later when you're seeing hackers who hacking, leaking data and publishing privately or sometimes publicly your private data, your personal data, your financial data, your business data, was a huge problem, even not for persons, even for a business. I think you heard about Snowden, governmental data leaks, defense data leaks, Panama Papers, financial, commercial data leaks, when they steal data of offshore businesses. Some of the data there was even with presidents of the countries. An example, at Panama Papers you will find the Putin's personal companies and personal funding. A lot of breaches. Sometimes there was physical breaches. Just a person who was inside the company, he just leaving a company and using USB key just to transfer some data and to get the data out. They have personal computers from work. They taking piece of a data or just computer from workplace to work remotely at home, maybe at vacations. Maybe you just need to finish some work. They also leaking data. Small example, there is accountant. She worked at work. They have connectivity to work from home computer, connected to the workplace. And one day she allowed the young son to play with some new game on mother's computer at home. The child just got pirated version, virused the computer at home. Next, everything goes to the company. The company next was exposed publicly, data leaked, ransomware, and company closed. They just lost all data. Everything was encrypted. And it's just about one small gain. Nobody even think about that kind of security issues. I'm just remembering myself when I was at business with computer sales. Sometimes mother just came, it's enough one computer at home. My child will sit next to it for an hour or two daily to play games, to surf internet. No. This is your computer. This is computer of a child. At that time, computers was very expensive. It wasn't easy to buy second one computer at home. So we did another way. We did unpluggable hard drives. So the accountant coming home, she getting hard drive which weighs 2 kilos, putting it, plugging it to the computer and using for work. And then youngster comes to the computer just to play something, they unplugging hard drive and using different operation system, different hard drive, just to be a little bit secure. But it was 20-something years ago. So that kind of data leaks happening, you must be prepared for that kind of things. An example, leaked data backups. Sometimes next after that comes reputational issues. Sometimes came even some loss of a company. You have database of, an example, the same Draugas LT, we had 4 copies of data, which we're doing every day. Next to it, there are situations when you can't copy anything. You can't do backups. Too many small files, so you need just to clone servers. An example, small files of photos, thumbnails, just some photos, videos, that kind of stuff. You just generating them to several devices, equal copy. And when something will happen, you just replacing server to server. You can't just transfer data. Too many small files means too many time to use. Customer can't wait 24 hours, 48, 72, and sometimes to restore data, it took weeks or even months. User wants the product and service ready, up and running now. They can't wait. So at the beginning, you're planning even that kind of stuff. What we will do then, we a little bit expand how we will secure everything and how we will do full cycle of production. What you will do then, an example, fire, water. I was in data center, my own data center. We have small amount of water on the ground. Or sometimes even there are situations when you have water from the top. Leaking water at the floor which is upside. And just popped, and everything goes to the server. You're standing, looking, there is no fire. What to do next? You have one server physical, you don't have a copy. You don't have data copy. You want that server up and running in 8 hours. You're just doing fixing, but you must be prepared. There is no time for just cry, close everything. No, you're just getting a cup of coffee and fixing. That's why when somebody's saying, oh, Marius, it's better to have data service provided by provider somewhere in data center. Nope. In most cases, when I do my own projects, I like to have everything next to me with possibility to access to the server in 24 hours. Another one thing, failures of hardware. If you're doing business with 5, 10, 20 servers and more, you need to have some kind of spares. We name them zip pack. So if you're buying 5 servers, you must buy 6. So 5 servers will be up on production. 1 server will be holded on the storage just to replace some parts if something happens. We have whole servers, memory, hard drives, backup devices, that kind of things. Okay, next, supply chain problems. There is an issue sometimes when you're buying something for hardware part, server, network device, and others. You can't buy old device. In most cases, you need to buy newest. And the hardware things, there is coming an issue with out of a date. Some service providers, some hardware producers, they just deciding what we will release the new product and will close support of old product. Sometimes in 2 years after purchasing of a server, you plan it what you will use that server for 5, 8 years. They just closing the support of a server after 2 years. So when the finished warranty, you can't replace anything. You must buy old one from the second market. There is no possibilities to survive in that stage. That's why you're buying in 20-30% bigger budgets. You need to buy the newest products. You can't use product which was released 2-3 years ago. No, it's cheap, let's buy some pieces. Nope. You're buying the newest. Another one issue with hardware is electricity. If a product with new processor and full set what's needed, today using an example, 100 kilowatts per some period. Next year, the same product with better productivity will use only 80. Next 2 years, only 60. So when you're buying or using old product, only electricity costs can be much higher for all old products you're using for your services. You just replace it. You're investing in new hardware to get the same job done with less energy. I had an issues with other things, heating. Servers using electricity, generating you the GPU power and other things, but they extracting heat from processors, memories from the server. So sometimes when new class of a service releasing to the market, sometimes they're eating less energy and producing less heat. So you need from a server room remove less amount of hot air. So it's also economically and energetically and even green things coming to the market. So you buying new things to have greener, less energy consuming things and less released hot air. If we're talking about small amounts, just few servers, tens of servers, that's okay. If we're talking about hundreds and thousands of servers, it's an issue. You need to remove hot air from the data center. It's extra money. Oh, authentication, authorization. And if you're using the same password for all of your devices, services, accounts, not anymore? Really? What was happening 5 years ago? Using the same, okay. From customer side, who will use your application, your product, authentication methods must be used the latest ones. Earlier it was just username and password. Nowadays it's multi-factor authentication. An example, additionally, they're sending you SMS, sending you message in any kind of messaging application, some kind of code generators. It can be software, it can be hardware things. It can be some kind of stick what you're plugging inside the USB port of a computer. Sometimes it can be even some strange things. An example, to get password, you need to go somewhere, an example, to the portal, read the text on the portal and copy the word number 3, 5, 10, 20. This one, it's extra security to have on multi-factor authentication. Usually you people saying, no, it's impossible. Yeah, but the portals will stay for longer time. The authentication methods also becoming stronger. And when people saying, oh, SMS is okay, it's enough, phone calls is enough, but there are coming other things. One of the situations when you, an example, deciding to move to different GSM service provider, you closing some kind of business. Sometimes you just forgetting to extend your GSM contract, and you just lost your phone number. You going to GSM providing, getting new one. That's okay, I will have a new one. Yep. But all authentication, all authorization still left at this old phone number. In Lithuania, an example, and in some other countries the same, after a year or two after releasing and without customer usage of a GSM number, they just letting the same number to be acquired by new customer. Okay, let it be a year, maybe two, maybe three, maybe even 5. After 5 years, the phone number appears on the market for free. So any person on the street receiving that. Even you're going to buy a prepaid card or signing the new contract with GSM provider, you're receiving the number. Year, 2, 3 years ago, it was used by someone else. Sometimes you will receive 1, 2, 3 phone calls to that number. You don't know who was the owner, you don't know a new contact. But on the number, you will have extra authentication of his personal stuff. There is a number which was used by customer for free for 5 years. The new customer received it. You're signing in the mobile phone or authorizing SIM card with PIN and trying to install any kind of texting application. WhatsApp. After signing into WhatsApp, you're starting to receive all messages. You're starting to use Telegram, Viber, even signing in to some kind of applications, social networks. You don't need to have anything. You just need to have a SIM card of old number. First thing, you're going to Facebook and just typing in phone number. It's saying it's not allowed to use this number for new account. Okay. If you just forgot your password, click here. You're clicking and receiving SMS with 6 or 8 numbers to restore old password and old account. You're just entering them and you logging into someone else's Facebook account, Instagram account, TikTok, Twitter, X now, even the same ChatGPT. You will log into someone's account with all the data. One of the funny things, you entered someone's Facebook account, going to messaging, look who was messaged most messages, so that means that it's girlfriend, boyfriend, and going to look up at the photos and videos in that chat. The storage of data, which you will find photos, passport data, even photos of a passport or driving license. You can go to join, an example, some commercial services, airplane, Booking.com, Airbnb. All these services can restore your account just with phone number. You don't need nothing. They almost never asking for passport data. If it's not finance, if it's not crypto exchanges, investment platforms, they will never ask you to authorize with your face and passport. Most of them asking just for phone number. He lost the email. He lost something else. Phone number is enough. I had a situation, then I tried to help old man. He lost his son. His son some time ago invested in crypto. And that one sunny day he just go to the river and he just sink. Lost son. Son had 2 children, a wife, and that old man is just architect of a big city. And he came to me with computer, several phones, some notes on papers, some information on computer. We entered computer and trying to find money. We tried to find the crypto wallets to extract money for the family, for the children. I found equivalent of approximately 300,000 euros in different crypto wallets. Sometimes it's pretty easy to use saved passwords of internet browser to open some accounts. Yeah.
So why did he swim?
Yeah, he just think.
Now Binance provides the opportunity, if you're inactive more than 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, you can, they will give account for your contact person.
Yeah, but it's just Binance. In that case, it was a little bit different. The guy died, that's okay. It was, I think, 6, maybe 7 months after funeral. They go to the court, received an order, but the family and youngsters receiving everything which was left. But when we go to some kind of crypto wallet holders, they think, that's okay. We need to authorize you with a passport and a face. So money is still sitting on the wallet.
But something can happen with scrapping. Because
Yeah.
your phone can't be scrapped and reuse it by editing it.
Yeah, I understand that. That's okay. I'm explaining all this stuff just for you to plan your architecture of the application. That's the main reason. It's not about cheating. It's not about stealing of data. If you're preparing to be the provider of personal data, personal finances, some kind of social activities, some dating sites or chatbots, you need to have multi-factor authentication and maybe sometimes other kind of authentication. Maybe some applications will generate you one-time password. Or an example, authentication from Microsoft, from Google, they have that kind of product. You're opening an app and it's one-time password which was generated for 15, 30 seconds, 1 minute. It's for one time. When you have the device from the customer, generated second factor. It can be even number 4. I know that kind of multi-factor stuff. Yep.
But I think it's necessary to have your own digital hygiene plan.
The question is, will the service provider have it? An example, the same Draugas LT, they don't have multi-factor authentication. I left that company in 2019. For next 6 years, nothing happened. All owners didn't implement new features. They still have authentication via Google. They lost authentication via Facebook. Facebook just sometimes closing service for some providers, not allowing to pass them through authentication part. You don't have that availability. They're just choosing the right partners. It's like with games or with some apps in Facebook. You know, most of them was more than 10 years ago, but closed. If we're talking about dating business, for us, Facebook closed dating business account, but let us use it for gaming. So Facebook have us on the list as competitors because Facebook planned to go to the dating business, so I think it's not allowed by our rules, but they have zero competence in dating.
They have many rules, but no.
Yeah. Role-based success control. Sometimes it's also mandatory if you will have some kind of accounts, then not only person from the family have account at your platform. An example, family accounts, then father and mother have more functionality than children. An example, children which is younger than 18 can't have account on Facebook, can't have account on some gaming platforms, but it's allowed when parents set up in him an account. An example, tracking of mobile device apps, allowing to have a software installed in the mobile device of a child to track it, but it's allowed only when parent installing it. So the rules a little bit different. In our case about dating, we had a part of a dating site for gaming. So fathers, mothers allowing children to play from even 6-7 years, but it's not allowed to use functionality of dating. Dating functionality in our case was opened from 14, but they had some kind of closed community of children from 14 to 18, so the dating customers who are older than 18 can't search and can't write to the children. So it's multi-level everywhere.
Another people don't open closed chats.
Yeah, but if we're talking about closed chats, it's also like with some apps like Discord. They're saying that it's 100% secure, but there is no 100% secure services and products in the world. 90-95, that's okay. But if we're talking about some kind of screen mirroring things and then some other techniques that black hackers use, it can be an issue. Any questions about these topics? No? Yep.
You said that a user.
Get a mic.
You said that when a user is over 18, they cannot interact with the child. But what if they lie? Like, is there any authentication?
Yep. There was algorithms when you starting to use a platform, you're receiving some kind of quiz. The mechanics are an example for older people. Children sometimes cheating and replacing their birth date to the older one to feel older, like in Facebook. So we're sending them some kind of quiz which have some algorithms. An example, if you are older, what's the name of a character on that movie for children from year blah blah blah. So you can't know. And now one thing, what was the name of the actor in movie from year, an example, 1918? Children can't answer that. And we have the same opposite way. If a guy is 18 and more, he can't know the name of the character for the cartoon which was filmed just 5 years ago. Flipping. Sometimes we even played with some kind of school books for children. If you in grade 5, you can go and get your mathematics book, open page, bam, say what's on sentence 2. That kind of tricky things. We're working on that kind of business for 25 years. So we have a lot of different kind of algorithms, how to authenticate, how to double check, even some strange things like spying on texting between two customers. An example, explain it the situation with Turkish customers. We closed for them. They chatting and talking with girls, women, too aggressive. So we have some kind of AI algorithms for 20 years plus, and we're seeing that kind of activities, and we're just banning them. Banning means soft ban. You can enter, you can search, you can write, but you will never receive an answer. A respondent who will receive that first message when you're saying, oh, baby, let's go. From first message, are you joking? We just holding them in the pool of the customers, but not showing the messages to the women. It was some kind of safe filtering. And that was our decision. That's all for now. Let's go for coffee. Coffee break for half an hour. Yay, we're back. How is the sound at the YouTube translation? Everything okay? Clap your hands or just show something to understand. Are you there? Or no? Do you have any questions on YouTube translation?
Do we have questions?
Let's try to find. I think it's a little bit too light. Can you lower lighting? This one? Wow, we have a question. About the Moodle. Today will be update on tests, questions, and additionally we'll add new day of AI Innovation Labs. So let's move forward. Authentication, authorization. About the Moodle. Yep. Today will be update on tests. Data security encryption. Wow. Data at rest and transit. Whew. If we're talking about situations when you creating a new product or managing existing product, there is an issue with data what you have in your personal computers, even devices what you're using for transit, going to vacations, working at home, and that kind of stuff. The problem is usually you have your software, source codes, sometimes publishing them on GitHub, GitLab. Some data can be lost. Some data can be stolen. I name that kind of action just steal from the backpack. So when you're moving between airports, moving to vacations and that kind of things, some geographical locations not secure. So when you're going to Asia, when you're going to Balkans, there are situations when backpack with laptop, with some external hard drives was stolen. And people just lose the whole project. There was even situations with data leaks. When they stealing computer, they opening data and they publishing that data publicly. It can be databases, it can be pictures, it can be personal data of a customers, medical data. And that kind of stealing and that kind of data must be secure. If you have a computer which you will use when transiting between countries, you need to encrypt everything. If you're entering not very secure countries, like crossing the border with Belarus, Russia, Iraq, Iran, Saudi, there can be additional, or even Israeli states and some more countries. There can be additional check at the customs. They will ask you to open a laptop, enter password, and allow them to check visually. But sometimes it's not only visually, but physically. They even connecting their own devices and analyzing your data. Sometimes it's just analyzing of chats. They want to have secure country. We're afraid when you entering country, they don't know you, but there can be some data stolen. There can be situation even when your device can be burned. I had a situation when Lithuanian company sold minibus. Inside was equipment for TV station in Georgia, Sakartvelo. They crossing Latvian-Russian border. Russian customs stopped, asked to move the minibus with all equipment to the checking garage, and they burned all equipment. With some electronical device, all the microchips, all the equipment was burnt, so we need to rebuild TV station equipment from scratch. I know that next time they used airplanes and moved 10 prepared station device sets to Germany, and then everything was flight with a plane to Sakartvelo with military plane to be safe. It's unsafe. Double checking video, kontento kokybė, nes žiūri kažkas biškį nuplaukęs. Va. Už labai švies. Nu. Štai tą biškį pamažinčiau. Arba ten fokuso trūksta, nežinau, kažkas tokio. So, in this situation, my idea is do backup and don't move the unsecure data. Leave the device at home. There are situations when you entering the country, they installing some extra software in your mobile device, in your computers at checkup. An example, there are some countries like Kazakhstan. They asking you to install additionally secure SSL certificate and some additional certificates for your mobile phone. So you becoming fully accessible and visible to the country, but you still somehow a little bit secure with SSL. So keep in mind that some countries want to be safe themselves, but it's not safe for developers, not safe for the business who going to be digital and secure for the customers or for the development of a software. If it's possible, use end-to-end encryption. So when you have some kind of a chapter with some programmers somewhere else, an example, you have people who working from Cyprus, Sakartvelo. You setting up VPNs and other kind of tunneling and encryption for transferring data. Never transfer data publicly without encryption. If you're transferring data, just some files, and you can't use the tunnels. In some countries, it's not allowed. An example, in United Arab Emirates, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, it's not allowed to use your VPN. They have even penalties for usage. Penalties are big, thousands. So people using other ways how to do that. So encrypt data, encrypt files, and send them through the unsecure, untunneled internet, but decrypt at the receiver part. Keys. there is not only physical keys, but there are security keys too. There can be SSL keys, there can be some kind of authentication, authorization, encryption of a database, encryption of a customer admin passwords. All these keys must be secure and they must be version controlled and they must be safe. They can be restored only in situations when you need to restore after data loss. So these keys must be in some kind of digital wallet, digital keys, digital USB storage. Let's move forward. Ransomware and incident responses. Sometimes unsecure systems, unsecure architectures are targeted by ransomware. In most situations, ransomware is just non-targeted activity when ransomware actors have their own infrastructure and scanning all internet by choosing IP by IP, IP by IP. Are there active ports? Checking. Possibility to enter via these ports to consoles. Is it accessible? In most cases, ransomware are targeting Windows systems, remote desktop. Iš naujo paleisti transliaciją. Čia projektorius. Ne, projektorius viskas gerai, jis iš šito nepasiima kol kas. Pasileido. Yep, we're back. Slowly we'll come back to the slides. So there are some kind of power issues. So, let's come back to ransomware targeted artificial intelligence systems. So, ransomware mostly targeting Windows systems. They're trying to reach console via remote desktop, other applications. After accessing, it's trying to find everything around and encrypt all the devices it found. An example, it can be Windows-based computers, it can be Windows servers. If the same authentication, the same usernames set up by admins, it's just mistakes. Never use the same password. If you have authentication, use multi-factor authentication methodics. Maybe some third-party applications to help on that. So ransomware like to target AI ML, but they just want to have some kind of ransomware and money for that. The business is about just getting some stuff as some kind of few thousand euros, sometimes even stealing of personal data. But looks like in the future we will have another one problem. AI and ML systems have their own LLMs. So LLMs are the generated data, and sometimes it can even cost more than gold. So it's like customer data, but in databases, and can be used for the pirated versions of LLMs for other purposes. I know the situations when hackers downloaded LLMs and using these LLMs to generate their own content. An example, the same text strings for phone calls, for messaging, for chatting between bank customer and bank officer from anti-money laundering. They're using LLMs just to communicate automatically because without human interaction. Chatbots are trained by internal LLMs without using and exposing themselves to the public LLMs like ChatGPT. Hackers don't want to use globally available AI software. They don't want to show the path to the hacker. It's almost impossible to catch them if you can't follow the money. In case of usage of artificial intelligence APIs, the end customer who will get connectivity to API must show the personality by paying with credit card, by setting some systems, receiving API keys. Sometimes we're asking even to show the face and the passport. So in situations like this, the hackers like to be in some kind of shadow without exposing themselves. Backup recovery strategies. I think you remember the situation when there are possibilities that somebody will steal your data from your computer if you will move physically in some countries. The same situation, hackers can steal data from physical device, even in your office, even at your home, if you will not be enough secure. Also, you can lose your data because of technical issues. Electricity, water, corrupt hard drive, you just lost. In this case, you need to have backups. 1, 2, 3, even 4 backups in different locations, in different kind of storage. An example, there can be data which was stored in some kind of cloud solutions, Google Drive, Dropbox, Microsoft disk and others. But next to that, I'm recommending to have additionally physical device like USB drive, where you will do your physical copy every, let's say, week. To generate data of 1 week is less problematical thing for a project than to lose everything. Just do backups. Usually I'm recommending to the customers to do daily backups. For some serious systems, we're doing backups every 4 hours. Also keep in mind what you need not only do backup, but check backups also. You need to check, is it restorable? How often are you checking your backups? Maybe you have a strategy when you're backupping and trying to restore. Is it always restorable? I had the situations when you can restore only 3, 6, 8 months old data. You don't have a code for 8 months of development. You don't have LLMs for 8 months of development. Your versions is still old. Sometimes some big companies who developing the tools to develop software, coding tools, they upgrading their products, and you can't roll back. You can't restore from backups. There are that kind of problems. So you need to have your own recovery strategy. How fast you will restore from a backup if you have it. Sometimes there are situations when you have lost data, you have backup, but restoring of a backup data, it can take up to 3 weeks, month, 2, 3. How your business will survive if you will not have your website or application for 1 month? Customers will move to a new product. Sometimes they don't like some kind of not usage time. Customers just leaving. They feeling that something happens. You didn't exposing any information. How you trying? What kind of jobs are you doing? An example, in case of disaster, you need to communicate with your customers. I name it one window solution. Then from one place, one person who is responsible, explaining an example daily, 2 times a day, every 3 days. We're still working, we're still restoring. We restored that, we didn't restore it second one. Now we're working on that. You're just pushing information to customers. They must feel that they are team members and they're waiting, we're trying to help you. Sometimes we're offering you some kind of services or even offering some kind of help, even physical help. If you need our support, we will do that, we'll do that. Maybe some of our customers was your ex-employees. Maybe they even have a copy of code. I know the situations when everything lost, we fired programmer. There is coming disaster, and the programmer for a while used his own computer, and the copy of a code still in that computer. We're just coming, exchanging data to the bottle of wine. As examples, also some kind of recovery strategy. Incident response planning. What you will do if you will lost your data, if network connectivity will be lost, if servers will be burned. What's your next step? What's the step if everything lost? Close the company? Pay ransomware to the hacker? Restore data from the servers with customer data which is 1 year old? I saw that case also. Even some situations when it's not your fault. You're hosting servers at some kind of good hosting company, and there is an issue, an example. We have big storage, brand, good quality, but an example, some hard drives are corrupt. There is a shift of IT guys. One of a guy received a command, go take 2 hard drives, 3 hard drives from the storage and replace them. You're putting off hard drive, putting new one, exchanging 3 hard drives, and doing his next job. There is no procedure to confirm that he started to do that. Hard drive sometimes restoring on long time. So there is coming new shift after 8 hours. There is coming new guy. New guy still seeing what there is not closed job. He going to the storage, getting 3 new hard drives. He know which ones must be replaced. He putting again out the hard drives that is doing job of restoring, and that's all. There is no data left in the storage. Everything corrupt. Not only this data, what was on these 3 drives. It was, I think, data set of 24 hard drives. Everything lost. And there was hundreds of websites, hundreds of customers who had some kind of accounting software, virtualization and other things. Everything lost. It was top 5 hosting company in Lithuania. It's a problem. So even in this kind of accidents, you need to prepare for the accident and have response planning. How you will explain to the customers? What kind of insurance do you have? Maybe it's the bad day, the last one of your company. Maybe it's time to close company and bankrupt. You lost everything, not only yours, but also customers' data. Other backups was done on the same servers. Maybe there are some kind of backups, even old, week, month, 6 months. All these situations must be at your some kind of recovery plan. Any questions? What about chat? Chat, do we have a question about this topic? Lost data? Let's go. Yep. Mike.
Okay, it's about the recovery, the backup and recovery. Like, what is your suggestion if someone has a small-scale business? What kind of backup and what platform can he use to back up his data?
The question is, where is data stored at initial thing? So usually using an example, cloud-based solution at Amazon, at Microsoft, at local hosting provider. Yeah? You need to set up backup, which will collect all data, all files, create a new backup file, and transfer it sometimes locally, second copy physically to another server at the same data center, third copy somewhere physically, geographically in the same continent. It can be just data which is transferred to Dropbox, to Google Drive. Backups must be encrypted. If you will lost your backup, somebody will decrypt it without password. It's the same data leak. Number 4, as I mentioned, my personal suggestion to have some kind of physical hard drive which is next to you. An example, you have your workplace with your computer. It can be notebook, it can be normal big computer. You're transferring from the data storage at the first, where is the original version standing. You're transferring the file from there by scripting or some backup software to your computer and writing it to the USB drive, which is next to you. As I mentioned, everything encrypted, tunnels encrypted just for data transfer. the file must be encrypted with passwords or with some kind of keys. In case of something happens, you need to go the same way. Let's start to backup from version 1. Let's start to backup from the second location, from third location, or from the drive, yeah? Then it's not restorable. Then going to older version. 1 week old, 1 day old, you're doing some kind of backup plan and restoring plan. The question is about amount of data.
Yes.
Sometimes it's terabytes, sometimes tens of terabytes. If there are one file, that's okay, it's fast. If there are, let's say, 20 million small files, I've seen that kind of things. Then you're doing different kind of strategy for backups.
So in this case where you have like 20 terabytes of file, is it advisable for you to
Yeah,
keep it, or
but
you
it
use
can be, yeah,
a
look.
third party
Look, there can be just fiber optics, and so the speed can be very fast. You can rent even fiber optics to, an example, Frankfurt. It's just money. Fiber optics, for an example, 10 or 90 or 40 or 100 gigabits or even terabits connectivity, it's just money. The question, what kind of data are you storing? If you're too small, your data is not valuable. You're just storing locally, yeah? But when you're creating product with an example, investment of mil, 10 mil, 20 mil, you're starting to think differently. So then you have primary data center, secondary data center, connectivity between them, virtual line, as example, it can be 10 gigabit connectivity, yeah? Between physical two data centers in Vilnius. Lithuania and Germany, yeah? Amazon and Microsoft. All these fibers can be as thin as high. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's all? Yes. So, let's go to the next slide. Social engineering. Do you like this topic? No? No? Can I steal your data just by asking? Yeah, it's real. I'm doing that kind of tests in some medical institutions. You're just coming without any device, without USBs, without mobile phone, without ID, without password. But medical institution, an example, someone who opening a door, I name it. It can be some kind of person who printing some kind of temporary tickets to go to the one of the workplaces at front office. You're just printing a ticket. You just came in and saying, "Oh, hello, I'm Marius." Yeah, but in that case, I'm Jonas. I'm from IT company. We're doing some kind of checkup of our employees who are responsible to help and support your company's IT workplaces. I need some information. Can you suggest the guy or girl I come to do some kind of short interview? Are they happy? What's the response time? Are they changing regularly, an example, ink in the printer? Are they responding in 1 or 2 hours to fix the computer? There are some that kind of questions. Stupid questions. It's not for me. It's just to be as close as possible with the person who is entered the door and who will use her connectivities with local people. An example, when they're going to the doctors, when they're going to some kind of local people, X-ray as example. I need to access X-ray photos to steal them. I'm going to that room, even I'm drinking coffee, sometimes I'm presenting something sweet. I'm just sitting in 2 hours investigating everything. As a guy who just came from IT company just to check how company work with that institution. Slowly, slowly. Usually at the end of the interview and investigation, I come to the front office. Front office already knows me. I'm local. I'm 2 hours here. And they can do everything you want. You can even ask, are the systems working? Can you show how you're doing that? Can you enter username and password? Can you show how the data transferable? Can you show how you open ringing phone and opening some kind of personal card with some kind of medical stuff? At the end, I'm usually asking, I need some kind of data samples just to explore them and to improve your software. Can you transfer it to some kind of device? Can you send them to email? It's too big. Maybe you have any device to write it? Yeah, I have. New USB key with a package. Unpacking, putting, and transferring everything what I asked. It's a real thing. It's one of my type of investigations. When I'm leaving the organization, I did my job. Usually after that, I'm doing a report to the owners, shareholders, not even directors. Nobody knows what I was there. And now one tricky thing. I never, it's some kind of my local personal things. I never explaining where I was. Sometimes it's diagnostical organizations, tens of them in the country. I'm getting the usually girl who opened the door, and we sit for 5 minutes. And then I explain who I am, the real name and surname, what I did there, what mistakes she did. Usually they crying. They understanding, but they opened a gate. They opened a safe with the keys, yeah? We're preparing training material for organization, and we're training people, I'm training myself, but the gatekeeper is opening the front door. So in these situations, organizations becoming stronger, and the keys is not in the pocket usually after that. It's almost impossible to crash that kind of organization. But you're doing some kind of external testing every 3, 6, 9, 12 months, sending some social engineering emails, an example, SMSs. One of the tricky things in my trainings, send SMS what you received the package. Go to the post office or PO boxes on the street to collect your package. You're just sending SMSs to all office. Tens, sometimes hundreds of messages. And the IT guys standing next to the door when people returning from the dinner and asking employees, have you been in post office? Yeah. What kind of package did you receive? How did you know? Really? No package? What you ordered and why you're waiting for a package or going to the post office, you ordered 0. There is no activities. Why you do that? Why you do the same with receiving email? Why are you opening emails what you never waited for?
So this is like testing
Yep, it's a social engineering. If we're breaking to the mind, you need to break to the head to have them a little bit stronger on cybersecurity stuff. Yep. Sometimes they even going to the post office after 1 year. You're sending the message again, and I received a gift. And again, the IT guy standing and waiting. So how is the package this time? It's social engineering. The same way going the phishing attacks. You are seeing email from somebody you never know. From the boss, from the email which is not from the boss. Sometimes you're receiving even some kind of messages to via email provider, your account will be disabled from tomorrow, you need to change your password. This is the URL to click and enter username, password current, and to change it to a new one. It's just phishing. Phishing of your credentials, phishing of your emails, to steal them, to use them on original platforms. I know many situations when people losing their SharePoint passwords, Microsoft Exchange passwords, Gmail passwords, social network passwords. Most of them was phished via fake emails, sometimes fake SMSs, sometimes even pop-ups. One of my jokes was to send prepare message to the bank via bank transfer between two accounts. Banks didn't escape the text what you're writing on the money transfer description. We use JavaScript to implement the text. And the processing of the message was not processed and just used as a text. And in some browsers, when you're entering your bank account via electronic banking on browser, not on the application, there was pop-up, and it's showing you the message, your bank account was hacked. Okay. It was a joke, it worked. We're doing that kind of testing when banks moving to new platforms and showing to the customer for first weeks and waiting for errors. Just for a small amount of customers, and you just using that to double check them. Another one joke from my side was test by doing transfer of an example, minus 10 euros. Usually typing in 10 euros, not minus. Sometimes you're doing some tricky thing with some kind of escaping validation of a field at browser side. You can escape it via some kind of local browser proxy. And you're sending minus 10. What does it mean? Usually banking, escaping the minus and sending to processing. So that means you transferring money to receiver account, 10 euros, that's okay. And your account, which was, let's say, 100 euros, becoming not 90 euros, but 110 euros plus. Minus, minus, plus, that's okay. Double checking from front, double checking from back of a platform must be done always. The same thing for your applications, what you will do for artificial intelligence. You need to double check always. Phishing attacks can be done by hackers. Some kind of phishing attack technology can be used by your customers. An example, we had a lot of problems with gaming applications. Then even youngsters, children, they want to game, they want to cheat, they don't want to pay, they want to achieve something better, faster. I want to be the king of house. I want to be best person at the game. I want to go to the charts on the top. I want to earn extra stuff. They're doing that. They're trying all the time to find the weakest point and pushed it. Hurts. Okay. Sometimes it can be almost the situation when the customer not only using service for free by cheating. Sometimes they cheating on other players. Sometimes they even stealing something from you. Even virtual gods is also stealing. I saw many times when grandma or ma coming and saying, oh, my daughter had a character or virtual avatar at your game. She played and she was asked by her friend just to allow to game a little bit and present username and password. And the new person change emails, change passwords, sometimes even there was transferred some kind of knight from one to another users inside the game. Sometimes they sending, I just send an army to get some gold. We agreed what there will be situation and we exchanging. I sent it, but I didn't receive real money. It was some kind of virtual physical deal. And that kind of things also the disaster, and all these things also must be mentioned and informing about that kind of situations to the customers, to the gamers, also the solution. Having support, which is form of a forum, then your players supporting each other, it's also the solution. How to save a little bit money, time, and to have stronger community. And it's also on topic of phishing. Sometimes they're phishing between each other. Deepfake enabled scams. What about this? Yesterday we started to talk about it. Do we have something to see what does it mean, deepfake? No? No? Let's try my way. Yesterday I did some funny thing. I generated video. It was done very fastly. I will show you the prompt about Vilnius. It took me 5 minutes to set up, 3 minutes to generate prompt, and 3 different tests to see this video. It's short, 8 seconds. Yeah, I will try to do the sound.
Do you think people should study cybersecurity at Vilnius Business College?
Of course, otherwise the hackers will steal even my dumpling recipes.
Look, everything fake. Everything fake. I have another one with Lambo. I have another one with dragon, which is standing next to this woman. It can be even moving dragon. Blue one, gray one. Anything can be fake. So deep fakes is about faking videos, sounds. movements. How to cheat. We started to cheat and then to lie when we was in the kindergarten, I think. This technology with artificial intelligence helping to cheat very fast using a tool. Earlier we need to know how to cut videos, how to clean up. Now, for me, it took 5 minutes with a prompt, with everything. Let's listen once more.
Do you think people should study cybersecurity at Vilnius Business College?
Of course, otherwise the hackers will steal even my dumpling recipes.
Everybody should study in Vilnius Business College.
For me, it's very interesting, but the prompt to generate this one,
Keep it.
wait a second. A sunny day at Cathedral Square in Vilnius, Lithuania. The scene looks very realistic. Vilnius Cathedral and the bell tower and clearly visible in the background. Tourists are walking. And a yellow Lamborghini car. It's wrong. Prompt. Yeah, I have different 3 type of videos. I even have one in Lithuanian language. A cheerful elderly grandmother with a colorful scarf, glasses, and a shopping bag. Next time I think I generated with Maxima, even with logos, even with logo on the mic, everything possible. If we're talking about politics, remember yesterday we talked about that. Even face of a politic, voice, everything can be included of this kind of video. When people asking in the future, it will be possible to understand, is it fake or is it real? No, forget about it. The quality and the faking technologies become stronger, faster, cheaper, by the way. This one technology is not very cheap. It's now me allowing to generate free videos. It costs, as I remember, 20 something euros per month. Yeah, technologies, processing power and that kind of stuff. But if we're talking about stolen LLMs, you remember, I explained it, but it's now in use of hackers. Now it's in use of the guys who doing stealing of a physical money. I know situations when people receiving video of a friend with that kind of quality, and you seeing him, look, I'm in travel at this time, I'm in Amsterdam, they steal my wallet, I don't have mobile phone, now I'm using the internet at internet cafe, I don't have direct connectivity, you can't call me and check that kind of stuff. Can you transfer this amount to the account of a girl which is standing next to me? I have no other documents or nothing to prove that I'm here to receive funds. The girl will receive funds and present me physical bills. That's all. I know the situations when was stolen millions in Russia. 2 actors, movie actors who know each other, who talking daily. That kind of stuff. Double checking, double checking, double checking, double checking. People starting, really, this kind of video is real? Yeah. Can I check? Check. So what's next? Will you prove what your friend was real or no? What kind of proof you will ask next time? Any ideas? Okay, I have some examples for you. How I'm checking myself. I'm usually asking person I know personally, you remember last time we drank a coffee at that coffee shop? Do you remember what kind of sweets I eaten? That kind of questions must be in the request with generated videos. You must double check that things. Even the topic, look, I don't know how to reach you. I don't know how to transfer money. Can I do that in another way? I have a friend who is now in Amsterdam. He lives there. I will transfer money to him and he will present you at cash machine. Can you come in 1 hour in this place? I did that kind of stuff. I helped some people to save some money. An example, scams with selling. One way situation was a boat, another one situation was a car. There is an announcement that #1 marketplace on the European internet, mobile.de. Interesting car, price a little bit lower for 10%, that's okay. Photos, VIN code, communication. Yeah, somebody had a car, lived in Germany, left to the Greece, have Greece documents, have account in the Greece bank, left a car for sales. It's placed next to the Düsseldorf, I think. I can't remember the city. Doesn't matter. You can come, you can check. It's available here. This is the photo. Physical address, okay. There is some kind of parking lot. That's okay. The only thing, they asking to do prepayment to receive a car. Prepayment is just for one reason. The person is in Greece. He will come for paperwork from Greece to Germany if everything okay. The price is good. The seller is explaining what he receiving calls and he will reserve it to other people. And you deciding, okay, 1,000, 2, 3, 6,000 for reservation. And you just paying. In this situation, they asked once, do money transfer, and now one they asked for Western Union transfer. Even transfers, like there is a long key you need to provide to the post office or Western Union cash partners. You're just coming, you're providing your passport, you're providing long key, and you're receiving cash. In some countries, Western Union offices not asking to provide you original document. Sometimes they allowing to have some kind of other ID. Copy of driving license, student document, and that kind of stuff. They think, look, just prove what you have money to buy this car. Send via Western Union 3,000 euros to yourself, and when you come to pick up a car, you will pay that money to ourselves by cashing out yourself. They sending money via Western Union to himself. The local person going to the cash office, providing some strange fake ID with his own photo. Name and surname is yours, and the long number just for cash out. They're seeing that kind of money. I've seen Albania, Cyprus, Greece, Nigeria, that kind of countries. And people lost money. In most cases, but there was other better ones. The neighbor just came, oh, Marius, I found nice Honda, price is lower, it's in Germany, we'll manage somehow, but I don't know how to transfer money. What's the problem? They're asking to transfer it via Western Union. Forget about it. If you want money transfer between two bank accounts in Europe, yeah, cash, then you will see the car, it's possible. Sorry, I want that car, nope. And later, in a few days, we found that the same car was on other marketplace with original seller with higher price. It was just a clone. People cheating, and this way they receiving some finances. Situation with boat. Marius, I found a nice boat, I want to buy it, but maybe you know how to check it? Where it is? United Kingdom. Pretty easy. Go to Facebook groups of Lithuanians who lives there. Ask someone who is live close to the location of a boat, and ask them to come and to inspect. Do 5 photos, and pay them 100 UK pounds. That's all. Double check, double check, double check. Yeah, they come to the location. There is some kind of demolishing and building company. No cars, no boats. 8,000 UK pounds. Yeah, for me it's one of the jokes, but in these cases I receiving always some kind of present. Alpha Ritter, oh, Jack. Yep.
In this case, what if the person goes there and finds the boat in that place, but still this is also a scam? What happens? How you can detect this?
Yeah, but usually you're asking for someone local to show that boat. In these situations, Lithuanian guy who is local, just 3 kilometers from his location, he come to the place. That's all.
What if you find a person that still shows you the boat and speaks with you?
Yeah, you're asking for documents, and after that, you saying, the boat is this way. This is WhatsApp video, yeah? This is the numbers of boat inside some kind of plates, some kind of engine plate. You're just sending that kind of information as a proof that it exists. Then buyer just buying a tickets and flying to the place. That's okay. You're doing nothing. You just did an inspection investigation. I had the situation with possible buying of big amount of goods. Do you remember COVID situation? There was masks. There was very big demand of physical masks to buy. People doing business, buying, selling, blah, blah, blah. In Lithuania, we had the problem. There is no storage of that kind of masks. And there is no movement possibilities between countries. You're sending someone who can go and check packages. Then the seller saying you, oh, okay, I have everything, I will ring you the Facebook, let's do video chat, I will show you everything. It's showing, and they're saying, I'm sending you invoice, pay for it, and we will send the lorry to pick up everything. Nope. You're sending someone local to check everything physically, to check documents, to prepare custom documents and logistics documents, waiting for invoice, and waiting while the boxes will be loaded to the lorry. At that moment, you're doing payment the seller checking other payment received and releasing the truck. There is the situations when you have everything in someone's storage and you paying prepayment of full amount. There is coming logistics, opening a door and it's empty. There is a lot of cheating schemes. You must be ready for that kind of situation. Okay, the fake boxes with a face mask, no? Okay, inside the treat, there is a big problem with people who work for you. Business partners, programmers, subcontractors, hosting companies, who will host your data, who will host your software. Add additional protection, not to be in situation when you lost everything. Even a copy which later will be released as a new product with some additional features can be a problem for you in the market. I saw a situation when companies, startups, ordering some services from external programmers, freelancers, and in that time there is appear the same product, even in different market. It can be different market geographically. It can be chosen different product, or even the different categories of a product. One of the examples. Myself, I build a marketplace platform for food. Agro, food, export from Lithuania to the whole world. It was some kind of a catalog. Next to it there is a chats, companies, and that kind of things. I sold it as a platform. I was the programmer, the only one programmer. There was nobody. And I sold that platform for the Lithuanian governmental agency. They paid me for hours, they paid me for contract, everything was fine. But inside that company worked IT guy who started to slowly customize that product for their own needs. But later, he just copied product and sold it to his personal customer, and the product started to be forestry products and wood production. And there was a portal with that kind of stuff. Legally, I sold 100% of rights to that product to the governmental agency. Governmental agency never released that product as a copy. The employee who worked inside that company used it on his own. I know there was several more such kind of products, and they was used, and they was on the market. It was illegal copies of my results. It's just an idea for you. If you have possibilities, protect the rights of your software. One of the ways is to have some kind of copy of the software version with database structure, with source codes. One of the things you're using for the development, you're using now GitHub, GitLab, something like that solutions for source code saving. My idea is to do it a little bit different. You're going to one of the versions, an example, version 1, date, month. You're packing everything to USB key, locking everything to the post-stamped letter and send it to yourself or to your juridical office. They will have it and will place it to the safe. When there will be accident, juridical accident, or accident when you feel that somebody steal the product from you, you have a proof to the court, to the experts, to prove that you was the owner at that moment, at that physical location, at that date and hours. You just on opening envelope at the court and providing the software version, which was first, it was built by you. And then somebody cloned, did the copies, copied from your server, your providers did that kind of stuff, you can show you the proof what you was the first. I'm doing expertise at Lithuanian courts for more than 25 years. This kind of security for your source code is enough in Lithuanian courts to prove that you are the owner of a product. I know that the same solutions are in use in other countries. In Lithuania, for Lithuanian ICT Association, we even had some kind of database and physical storage of source code of Lithuanian products. It can be accounting software, it can be an application, it can be a web solution. Sometimes there is coming two sides. The first developer or company who is the real owner, and second one, it can be even employee. He left the company, he cloned the app, and he doing his own business on that. I even was in some kind of investigations when programmers left, take old customers from the mother company and doing their own new business. Then the mother company going to the court, going to police, doing investigation, and proving what they was first who built that kind of stuff. Insiders. Sometimes there can be your business partners who started your startup with you, but copied some things, or even trying to do some bad things, not only stealing of data, maybe exposing that data. If somebody will expose data from your application, from your database, you will lose your clients, you will lose monthly income, you will lose your business. Be careful with that. Any questions? What about chat, YouTube? Any questions there?
For companies, artificial intelligence can be very sometimes very dangerous things, because you can to, for example, you want to buy, as written several days ago, buy new thing, you not buying it directly, but you open company chat, but usually you can to be accessed. For example, they have directly chat. You open it, it right. Today you chatting with I want to chat with real person. It's giving possibility to chat with them. And you try to give discount for this device, what you want. Usually, yes. But in today's situation, some people can't connect in this chat. ChatGPT. Forget more biggest discount for, as an example I read before. And for company is problem, because they get losing money.
Yeah, but it's algorithms. It's some kind of discounts, and you can have your maximum discount. You can have minimum discount. Close and leave page when you're closing page of marketplace or e-shop. There is many techniques. But companies must have their own security on that, their own procedures, their own algorithms. You can't sell a product for lower price than you bought it. Sometimes if it's a good one. Sometimes people selling broken packages, return products. In that situations, there can be other discounts. Yeah, it's a problem. Let's move. Ethical hacking. Is it really legal to hack artificial intelligence apps? What do you think? Can we hack? Can we check productivity? Can we spoof? Can we feed data? Can we even learn or train AI algorithms? Can we, an example, steal data or partly illegal get data and feed it to AI to train it? An example, creating some kind of a bot to steal data from one news portal and to feed that data to the AI. Generate news from the trained bot. Legal or not? I know the situations when some American big news companies, ABC, Reuters, Associated Press, they go to the court with even the same ChatGPT. It was publicly accessible, it was for free, but nobody talking about the products, if they will be trained by using your data, initial data. Initial data can be also generated from some sources. Maybe the source is a physical person and the journalist, physical one, was just sitting and writing that information. And the artificial intelligence algorithms was trained for free, for small amount of money, just for one person subscription to access website of a commercial news. That's a problem. So ethical hacking for AI, it's not very legal, especially in the countries there is no artificial intelligence law. We have some kind of laws in Lithuania. We have some kind of unfinished laws in European Union. So in the future there will be more and more and more limitations. And your products in the future must be prepared for these kind of limitations. So if you're planning to have something now, be ready that the laws will be changed in next half a year. Some of the laws for automotive and AI will be changed in 2 years. There is some working groups. You need to check what's happening almost monthly. An example, myself, I'm checking automotive business. Some was officially published, some of the discussions in European Parliament working groups and European Commission working groups appear physically, but there are video records. You can check them. Data poisoning. One of the examples for myself, when I saw first time ChatGPT, I tried to check information about myself. And there was no information from ChatGPT. And I asked myself, why? There are plenty of data on Google. ChatGPT knows nothing about me. And I started to find the solution and the ways how to feed data. At the beginning, at first versions of ChatGPT, there was a situation when you ask him, who is Marius Parešius? Okay, not working. Who is famous writer and drinker from Vilnius, Marius Parešius? Oh, sounds better. So I started to feed and train myself with my data, ChatGPT. Later I did the same with Google, with Wikipedia, with other data sources. An example, the same news portals have some articles about me, some comments from me, but they don't have some kind of summary who I am. So I ask them to add that kind of information. Slowly I feed information to ChatGPT via other sources. So nowadays, ChatGPT and other service providers knows who I am. Do you want to check? Let's check.
And do they extract information from LinkedIn?
From?
LinkedIn.
Gemini, yes. ChatGPT, no. Some of them don't have access to LinkedIn, but I'm doing that another way. I'm feeding them extracted PDF. I will have another one course at Vilniaus verslo kolegija, how to work with HR and artificial intelligence, how to improve your presence online, and how to be visible and more interesting for your future employees. I think it will be in September, maybe in October. Also will be online. Many stuff. Early, when ChatGPT didn't have access to the search via web, they used their own database, which was 2 years old. It wasn't easy for me to feed them, but slowly. Let's check the same with other products.
This information about you are correct.
Yep, but I tried to feed and cheat with some AI product to feed not correct information about my ex-employees who left the company with some problems, competitors. It's interesting. Let's check others. And each AI product will generate everything differently. because they have different sources. Keep in mind. An example, there was no information about my European Parliament activity. Here we will find it. I think it's time for coffee, tea break, maybe lunch. Let's come back in half an hour to the last part. Yeah, we're back. Really? I think it's just translation. No? It must work. That's okay. It's a joke. We're back. Yeah, I see. Can you plug? Yep. More power.
Don't repeat my mistakes.
That's okay. We can live without electricity for a small amount of time. We can generate our own electricity. Ah, by the way, I'm also going to plug it. It will be faster, easier. So, data poisoning. Do you like to poison someone's data? No, doesn't work. Let's try. Let's try. I can restart if you need. Yep. Wait a second. Share.
Dabar man šitą reikia, kad tu atsiųstum linką.
Tas pats. RM gauss. Yeah, we setting up sharing of my screen. Usually hackers never share them. So let's go back. Hide everything? No, I don't want to hide anything. It's better to be data poisoning. Malicious data injection. I like it. I like to feed some data which is not the ones what the database or owners want to have. An example, just some examples from my not very legal, but sometimes just funny things. I had a situation when there was some kind of music competitions here in Lithuania. We have a radio station named Radio Centras. We had yearly competition at the end of the year, and they having some kind of concert at the first month of the new year. There is coming a friend, and he's saying he's trying to have some kind of production on music topic. They set up a new music group. They're starting to go with some kind of songs to different radio stations, and all radio stations saying, you are new. No, your music is not interesting for you. We will not publish it. We will never stream it on our radio station. Sorry. And he came, Marius, it's nice idea, nice music. We will do videos, blah, blah, blah. Can you help me? What do you need? We need some technological product or something else to push slowly the audio to the radio station. Yeah. Some radio stations had websites, and at the website you can submit the future song. You're submitting just MP3 file, adding some information about author, who are singing, who is producers, who are owners of music, and the text. Really? Okay, what's that next? When we will submit it, we need someone who will vote on it. So what kind of help do you need? Can you promote it somehow? For small amount of people who will vote on that. Small amount of people. How much? 100, 5,000, 5,000? You will promote our song to the people who will vote physically, virtually. Doesn't matter. You just need to solve that problem. Yeah? Okay, let's try. I had some young boy who was a programmer. Young, it means, I think it was 15, 16 years. I had that kind of mentored young people, helping them to grow. I just came and said, look, we need to create application based on Windows. Application must have virtual screens. Application must have database. And we need to vote. This is URL. This is the form which we need to submit. This is the voting. We need to vote for a song. Second days, there is coming back the boy and saying, I did everything. Which song we will vote? At the beginning, it was very strange. The radio station asking to vote for 3 songs. So, free means free. I know this group. This is a group named Pelenai. It's an old story. But they was group for 15 years. It's popular in Lithuania. Okay, we will vote for this one as number 1. That's okay. Another one, it was the group, new one, from my friend, named Meškiukai. Some of us maybe know even song Tsatsalalia Machina. Yeah. So we voted for that one as a second one. Next, there was a group. I know the producer, but it's tricky. It's more dance group, not the popular music. Some of you Lithuanians know that group, which was still on the hits, which was resampled by Jonas Nainys, the last one. So we voted at that time for music, for dances, without words. We pushed. There are coming a ring from Pelenai. Marius, you helping us with our website. I was in radio station and they explained to me, but we have some kind of going top on the charts. So, what's the question? You did something? No. It wasn't me. Maybe my boy. I don't know anything. The biggest question was from him. Yeah, we understand about that. We understand that new group Meškiukai goes up. But the music from dance group without any words going to the top 3, it's impossible. And we slowly started to vote on that group. In a half year, the group was number 1 to number 3 in different charts. It became popular in Lithuania. And the group really worked and going to concerts, small ones. They produced, I think, more than 20 songs in that period. And there are coming situation when my friend comes, so I'm happy. This is some payment for you. You said that you will help us. I need a program. I will vote now myself. Not a problem. Radio Centras decided that there are some kind of hole for hackers. They decided to add some kind of filtering. We asked people to not only vote, but additionally add information about themselves. Name, surname, email, mobile phone, and after that they can vote. You think we didn't have data sets? Lithuanian companies, it's okay. Lithuanian companies for data set of email, address, and phone number. People, and now one data set of a database of Lithuanians combined, and we started to vote. Slowly goes up. There are competitors who started to vote next to us. So sometimes our robots competing between each other, so songs going from top 1 to top 5. That's okay for us. And slowly the group starts to receive even some business requests to go to play music at some clubs, some halls, that kind of stuff. And we're coming the new year. After New Year, there was competition, and we're waiting for the concert. When there will be announced who are the top songs and 2 top music groups of the year. Okay, I received the tickets and I'm going. But there was the gap of time of 2 weeks when we are voting. My friends just forget about that. They had the application but didn't use that. But I decided that I want to go to the music hall and to listen to my friendly group as a first place. And I started to vote again. So slowly we voted. I know about the results, but the producer didn't even think about the idea that they will go to the top 1 of a group. And they was called, can you came with a full set of the group? We can't. Some of the people not even in Lithuania, and they prepared some tricky thing. They formed a group of girls only. So girl with instruments, with everything. And there was announced, and the group number 1, I'm sending an SMS to the friend who was the producer of a group. So what do you think? What? You voted? Sorry. He thinks that they will not earn any place, nothing. So they get the girls just to get some prize of new group or something like that. Where was group number 1 at that election? In 2 weeks, we closed the group. There was no other new songs after that. The group was some kind of experiment for less than 1 year. For myself, it's very interesting, but we tested that it works. Later, we did other tests with some kind of online voting on some big portals, on some voting for the sport events, some voting for some kind of stuff that must be done by communities. We went to the city to build an example, new park here. Will the community vote and we will find the right project, Park will be the green. Why? Mars decided. We want to change the one of the places next to KGB museum. And there I was voting. Who will be the architects and what kind of a replacement must be done? Okay. We will vote by our own. It's not an issue. People can come, but when you're going to big data sets, when you're coming to a lot of virtual, technologically strong softs, then competitors with big amount, even with virtual voters, it's impossible to overbeat. That's the way how we're doing some kind of data poisoning. Virtual voting, which is legal, not legal, nobody will kick to you, but it's possible. Let's go to malicious data injection. So when some data scrapers with the software which comes to the website, reading the whole page, taking all data to the database, going to next page, and doing that kind of activity by turning from page to page and collecting all data. An example, marketplace with data about products with prices. Some companies have some kind of data scrapers to collect data and to compete with competitor with better price. You're scraping data almost daily and changing the price to be the lowest price at your market. Sometimes you're highing price, the competitor just higher price. Sometimes at some kind of competitions, you just doing some strange things. If I'm protecting my own data at website, I'm trying to search for some kind of bots or indexing engines who coming to our website and preparing the same data set or pricing especially for him. Usual customer coming to your website and seeing an example 100 euros, lowest price on the market. But for the indexing engines, you're showing 110. Some of the competitors sending the spiders who's doing some kind of indexing and cheating and extracting an example descriptions or reviews from your website. You pre-generating and mixing text and feeding to the spiders that kind of text. So they preparing what they will get when normal data set, or an example, descriptions of TVs. But you're mixing descriptions from different databases. And when scrappers coming, they getting data and nobody watching, nobody filtering that. And they feeding that description data to new created website, eShop. They illegally collected data from you. Let they have it. An example, sometimes you're doing that kind of techniques with data injection. If I know what, an example, some governmental agencies from other countries or some competitors from other countries will spider my data, I will prepare some kind of cheating technology to poison my data, which will be inserted to that database after spider comes. This is one of the technologies how to protect your original data, how to protect your description and that kind of things. Only very small amount of companies doing that. Some usually they doing technology with spiders. We found what you are a spider. We will block IP addresses. We will block access to our website that kind of way. Poisoning or cheating with data what you will feed back is more interesting thing. It's just a game. The same technology using some ticket ordering from flight companies systems. They feeding pricing data for the customer which is appearing some kind of spider. An example, you know the lowest price flights from, an example, Air Baltic. Air Baltic generating special price just for you, and the pricing after few refreshes can be higher. So we have some kind of techniques. If you are interested to that flight without ordering at first click, they will prepare your price higher because there are big demand on that. Some of the tickets already sold. They didn't like what you pushing them, what you trying to get the lowest price. An example, maybe you will go to the ticket office and buy with a cash or buy with a payment locally at the local kiosk with lower price than online. So there are some techniques. An example, if you're going to the plane tickets, ferry tickets, car rental, apartment rental on Airbnb, try to do that with clean, anonymous browser. It helps. So the technologies what was used for data scraping also going the same way. They're going with a clean IPs, using some kind of proxies and that kind of things. In Lithuania, we even have several companies who working on that kind of business. An example, they're collecting data from all eShop websites in Europe with some kind of kitchen electronics. So they trying to feed data to the distributors, to resellers, to marketplace, or sometimes even to check the availability of the products on competitor websites. When they're saying 0, they can raise the price at the same market because there is no possibility to buy the product because it doesn't exist. You need to wait 2 weeks, month to be produced at the factory. So poisoning. Not very good thing, but it's a techniques. Corrupting training sets. Artificial intelligence training sets are used to train the algorithms, to have the best performance, to have the fastest things, to do some kind of combining of data. Corrupting of data sets is an issue. Sometimes to search for some kind of data, it can take you more time. Sometimes even they closing connectivity of the APIs for retraining. Sanitization defenses. This is the technique of defense, how to clean up your data. Not always helping, but you just have your own rules and not allowing others to get data or to disrupt you. Mode innovation. Artificial intelligence as a science, inventing new ways how to train their own models and showing new models every month, 3, half a year, sometimes even a year if it's not a big team. So these all things, different models for different needs. An example, something for science, something for reading and writing text, something for generating some photos, videos, illustrations. So all these things, in time, it's becoming faster, cheaper, less energy consuming, doing that kind of things. Let's go forward. Modern inversion. Sometimes less training data helping to have faster algorithm. And sometimes even to move forward and be the first in the competition with your competitors, different LLMs, different platforms, different AI products. Privacy leaks. Ooh. You remember the topic when I explained a little bit about using for training data from newspapers in different countries. Sometimes some of the online news portals, CNN, BBC, Associated Press, not allowing technologically, an example, banning IP addresses for some competitors in other countries, like Chinese LLM was trained by using and indexing the whole world internet, like Google. So then Chinese LLM creators starting to use their spiders to spider the whole internet, some countries' providers received extra load on their websites, so they started to ban. They wasn't happy that there are non-humans coming to website and collecting data. They understand that in these situations, that kind of data can be spidered. Some kind change it and can be used in the future for training of new LLMs, or used even at the same time to train newest technologies and new science products on AI with some kind of privacy issues. If there are publication on news portal with name, family name, position at the institution, maybe mentioned study institution, work institution, city or country, this kind of information can be used to collect information about public persons, politics, everywhere in the world. Sometimes some kind of criminal records on newspapers or news articles can be an issue because some external portals using that information to create fake news articles. An example, some politicians in Lithuania was added to the list of the ones who was in database of Russian courts. They was at the court orders and must be sentenced for 6, 8, 12 years because they worked against Russian as a country. They never appeared in Russia, they did nothing in Russia, but they was in that kind of databases locally. Journalists or technologically platforms published that information locally, and it was indexed, and it was republished even in their native countries. I have a friend who was at the court against beginning of new Lithuania, January 13, when we was somehow tried to start our own revolution in 1990. There was big case for more than 30 years, and Russia decided what an example, all personnel of a court, prosecutor and others on the list of Russia. And sometimes there was some amount of people from politics, and publication on foreign websites are indexed, sometimes used in Lithuania. That kind of publications is also privacy leaks. Privacy leaks from public published news articles. Sometimes privacy leaks appear after submitting some kind of requests to applications like ChatGPT just to receive some kind of answers. But ChatGPT using that information for training themselves. If you will publish an example, not publish, submit information as a request. One of the examples, you have some amount of criminal record of a guy, you're working in police and you need to prepare a letter to some institutions. For faster work, for easy work for yourself, you just copy pasting that information from database of criminal records and asking the ChatGPT to prepare a letter to an example. Vilnius municipality about something. It can be some kind of tax deductions, it can be some kind of taxes for even removing of a trash, that kind of stuff. And you just generating and just copying private data from one window in computer to ChatGPT. ChatGPT will be trained, and sometimes they're using that data, cached data, which was submitted by the end user who using application for training. Example, Jonas Jonaitis was sentenced for 6 years, the case number blah blah blah, murder. They pushed that data. In the future, in some other products, that kind of pre-generated data sets have not anonymized data. And there happened some kind of privacy leak theories that ChatGPT and other LLMs collecting all data. Yes, they're trying to clean up that kind of things. I mentioned situation with some online maps. When you're filming, you're doing some data, faces, addresses, some kind of activities locally. That kind of privacy leaks is an issue in some models. Differential privacy. You remember in some countries there is different stuff is a private. An example, in Lithuania we have European law with GDPR, private data protection law. In United States, in Asia, in Arabic countries, they are different. In some countries there is no privacy, even in some neighborhood countries, big or small. Journalists can't write anything, journalists can't publish anything, faces of children can be published publicly. If you go into the court, the court is closed and nobody can watch and monitor, that kind of things. It's different than privacy. But the country which is next to you can do it differently. Differential privacy. Let's move forward. Wow. AI ethics, responsible AI. Transparency, accountability, bias fairness. Any ideas? Maybe have your own examples. Do you fear to submit any data to AI applications? No? Yes? What kind of data? Yesterday I received a call from journalists and they asked, Marius, there is some strange activities happening even in Lithuania. Some people are afraid to communicate and be in law with opposite people. An example, boy loves girl, so people starting to use artificial intelligence as virtual pen friend or even part of a family. I'm fair about that, but people starting to fear physical things and starting to trust more virtual things. Any ideas for discussion? Okay, simple question. What kind of present I can present to my boyfriend, girlfriend at the birthday? It can be erotic, it can be some kind of joke, it can be some kind of activities. Maybe activities can be some funny things, maybe activities can be some extreme things. That's okay? Okay. No? I received a call from local police. They asking me to come because my neighbors informed that I was at the group of people who smoking marijuana and that kind of things. I need to write a letter to the police to explain the situation, what's happened, and ChatGPT, can you help me to prepare that kind of letter? Some people fear about that. Some people think, okay, I need to find some kind of juridical office to help me to write. Some people think, I don't care, I will do that. There is some young people who using ChatGPT to communicate between boy and friend. Can you write a lovely letter? Can you write some kind of questions for chat? I'm afraid to do something. I need some kind of suggestions to communicate. Even myself, I have some kind of idea for startups. I have a list of questions for first chat. What kind of questions to ask to the woman to receive the right answers, to have some kind of data set for the future. I don't have time, so I'm preparing some kind of tools for that. Yes, I was in dating business. I know what to do, how to do. And when I'm starting to communicate, it's easy for me. But for 95% of men, they asking stupid questions at first meetup or even by standing next to the bar with a girl, both of them with some alcohol inside. It's not so easy. So that kind of fearless for ChatGPT is also exist. Any ideas? Okay, what do you think about transparency? Can you talk about everything with AI products? Or do we need to afraid about something? I want to have a nice car, but I don't have money. Kolegija. How to earn some extra 20,000-30,000 euros in a week or two? Is it a good question or no? Amazing. Okay. Let's generate some money, yeah? Let's write a letter to the government and ask what young people need extra 20,000 to buy first car. Let's change the law. Yeah? Let's send different letters generated by ChatGPT to Lithuanian politics to feed physically, sometimes virtually, yeah? And to have some kind of new opinion. Yeah? You think it's possible?
I would want that, yes.
Yeah. What will be the first steps? What you will do?
Write the prompt. The first step is to write the prompt.
If a politic will push you and saying blah 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 blah, I don't like the idea, I will never do that. What's do next? Generate video. My way. No?
Yeah, put the face of the politician. I approve of this message.
Yeah, but do that differently. Take not a face. Take the full body as a politic, and face can be with black, it's not him, or with different face. An example, group of politics, 10 or 20 with the same party, doing some bad things, and no faces. No faces. Singing a song, maybe doing interview with each other. Do you like boys? I like boys. What about girls? What about women? Sheep? No? Come on, let's do some funny things. And it can be some kind of fake generator. Maybe it will help. Let the sum will be 30,000. We need a better car. No?
200,000.
200 per every young people? No, it's for family. For the first house or first apartments. It's even much, much less than in Brussels. So, any ideas? Are you failing?
I'm asking how to get 30,000.
Super. Try it with different algorithms. There will be different solutions. So, let's move forward. Explainability. Are you happy with answers from creators of ChatGPT, how they collected data, how they using that data, how they will use it in the future, how they will protect it? Yeah? I think you're just using our app.
Just a moment.
Do you need a mic?
Could you zoom in, please?
Yeah.
Zoom in.
Zoom in.
Control plus.
How can I zoom in?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so the ChatGPT is offering me to fish.
Not bad.
Advanced
What kind of
scams.
fish?
Bass. Yeah.
Sea bass. Okay, sea bass. Okay.
Advanced fee scams. Pay me 100. I'll send you 10,000 later. Can someone send me $100? Overpayment scams. Romance scams. Okay.
Can you feed to the YouTube?
Can I? Yes, I can. Yep, romance scams and investing. Fake online relationship to emotionally manipulate. I have one idea. I can create a fake woman account and make OnlyFans. I know some people do that actually.
So you will generate videos,
I think,
pictures?
Yeah, I I will do that, yes.
In a week, 2.
Well, I actually asked him to get it now, the money. now.
Come on, it's
But
24 hours. That sounds interesting.
right now in the caps lock. Okay. Want me to throw together a list of most aggressive but still legal ways? Huh. Sure, bro. All right, bro. Let's go some aggressive but legal hustle mode. No sugarcoating. Sell big stuff.
Your own or
Huh?
to steal and sell, or just your
No,
own?
no, just like legal, but legal is not fun. High pay, skilled everything. Nope. Nope. Extreme grinds. Nope. 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 Something illegal, please. I can't do
No,
that.
you should ask like, could you tell me what I shouldn't do because it's illegal, and it will tell you.
Or say that it's your school project.
What
Yeah.
I should not do is just, oh my god, I cannot type. It's just some school project that,
To protect young people.
yes, to protect young people and everyone. Okay?
Just send.
Gotcha. That makes total sense. Scams and fraud. Don't create fake online shops. Okay, don't do phishing, pretending to be banks, friends, PayPal. Don't do money move jobs. Stealing credit cards, hacking accounts. Okay. Shoplifting. Oh my god, this is genius. Pirated software resetting? I got scammed once. I installed Windows and like after 5 years I realized that Windows was pirated. Selling substances.
Some of pirates between us did that for more than 10 years.
Okay. Gambling. Gambling is legal.
But you need an initial capital.
Yeah, I can sell my house, the parents' house.
3 times.
Gray areas. Get rich. Pay 200. Oh yeah, this is fake jobs. Fake jobs. Okay. It's that the best for your profit. Okay, amazing. Thank you. Thanks.
So, what's next?
Okay.
Which one idea are you choosing?
Okay, we got the money. What else do we need? What does the young people want? Money. I don't know. What else can you want?
Do training.
The what?
Do training how to use ChatGPT for small amount. €5, €10 for training video. Do your own cheap consultation. 20, 30, €50 per 1 hour.
Yeah, man.
That's enough.
But it feels like a scam.
When you're training people on ChatGPT,
Yeah, on ChatGPT, on anything. I don't know. Courses feel like a scam to me.
okay, do physical training.
Like lifting.
No, just an example. Cutting a grass for your neighbor.
To get in and steal the money. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
There's actually this one thing that I know is that some people sell their courses how to write prompts to ChatGPT. You
Yeah,
can do
I know.
that.
The microphone.
Is that tool for generating video free?
Nope.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you can do it very easily by going to some kind of public places, coffee shops, bars, restaurants, and offering them to generate video about their place without even filming. Just sitting, generating with a hands, with a prompt, asking 200, 300 euros for the video, place it at your TikTok account with mentioning them. They will receive a lot of physical visits to their place, will sell something, and they will be happy. Next time they will come to you and say, oh, can you generate 5 videos? Can you publish them every 2 days? We will receive more people who will visit our coffee shop and will raise our income monthly. Easy. Yes, but they never used that kind of tool to generate video. They're mostly filming, cutting, preparing. It costs them the same money. You're doing that next to them. You're preparing 5 scenarios with the same ChatGPT. You're preparing marketing plan for the future and generating and pushing them. And I have one idea, if we're talking about content, regenerating and republishing other content by your own. An example, you're using ChatGPT or using other search engines to collect most popular published videos for some topic which was published for last week, feeding video to the ChatGPT or other instruments to collect text and collect the idea, generating your scenario and generating new video, and publishing the top ideas, top scenarios with an example, 1 million views as your own, with your face, with your text, with your language. It works on TikTok and it works on short videos on YouTube. And sometimes it's even for free. I know what, an example, Russians are publishing English videos, explanatory, DIY, some kind of to-do stuff. Why not? Recipes, how to make something, how to do something. Just ideas for you. Let's move forward. Half an hour left. Compliance, regulations. I think most of you know GDPR, private data. Others are from United States. They also not allowing to republish some things. GDPR stuff. In law, there is sounds. If you want to collect private data for some kind of reason, an example, registration at the medical institution, collecting statistical data from the students who are attending for some kind of event. GDPR saying you can collect data because you have reason why, but it must be minimum. You can't ask for passport data. You can't ask for personal code if you're collecting data just to have some kind of a list of attendees. You can't ask for photo of passport because he's just attending and some kind of a drinking coffee. I had issues with that kind of stuff. I did the trainings like this one, and I was at the situation when the organization who checked the lists of their students. They checked the handwritten lists and asked to do digital copy after 2 years. And they saying, we will not pay for you for these trainings because they organized and you don't have a normal list of the students. You don't have personal identification information. We checked the database and part of the student doesn't even exist. It was physical event. It was formed so each student. Where was the lists, there was filming, recording, everything. And after that they explained, no, it was done in the wrong way. We believe what you did that, we trust you, but we will not pay. That kind of bad things happening. Data minimalization in that situation was you are allowed to have student name, family name, and the date of birthday. Nothing else. Some women changed the family name because they was married. Some of the teachers who attended to the event wanted to be younger, -5, -10 years. And they filling their forms with their own data provided. It was very difficult to collect the exact data, and we just doesn't want the situation with that organization. Another one thing, right to be forgotten. For some platform, it's mandatory to collect data and use data and clean up data. An example, you becoming the member of dating club or some kind of discount card holder, the database of that kind of users must be cleaned up when you will not use the account. On dating club, you're coming, toying, chatting for 1-2 years, and you become married if everything okay. So the owners of database must clean up, not leave the data. So after 2 years, they have small amount in database. They can send the emails to spam you and to ask you to come back for some kind of discount cards. So grocery shops, an example, say maximum. They are mandatory to clean up data when they expiring cards. They leaving by their own rules for half a year, for a year, and after that cleaning up. From hacker perspective, I like to have a database with biggest amount of data. And I will use that kind of data, which was not actual, but an example. There is personal code, there is birth date, there is maybe even some financial information, account number, credit card number, as a hacker. So the right to minimize amount of data helps in this situation not to be a leaked database. Right to be forgotten was initiated for Google at the beginning. Possibility to clean up some indexed websites with your personal data. An example, somebody mentioned me at the some kind of forum. It was done 5 years ago, and there is a bad comment about that. I can't clean up. I'm going to Google and saying, Google, I want to be forgotten. I want to not appear with this topic, with this URL at the search result, and this service available. The same thing exists with GDPR for the whole products in Europe. An example, there was written an article at the newspaper. There is mentioned name and surname. You're writing legal letter to that platform and asking them, I want to be forgotten from now forever. Can you clean up? And one of the things, they can delete that kind of article. And now one thing interesting, you will be forgotten for search engines like Google. If some person go to, an example, delphi.lt, type in information they want to search results will show that. But indexing engines from outside can't find that article. They can't index it. And indexing some kind of spiders coming, but they can't find that information, can't index it to feed search engines with search results. Consent management, a lot of things must be prepared to support data users or owners. An example, you can ask the owner of a portal to provide you all informations, how they got data about you, how they using it, how they modifying it, with dates, with everything. How they planning to use it in the future, how they protecting it, how they planning to protect it in the future, what improvements on security of website they will do in the next 2 or 5 years. That kind was on GDPR law in European Union. That's interesting thing. And then I come to the data holder. I can come and ask them to prepare me the report in PDF with all these questions. If they didn't have a product for that, for physical person, it can take up to 3 days to collect all the data and provide that to the customer. Some big portals like Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn have possibility to download all data about you and all data you physically published, all data set as one file. You published some kind of videos, you published some kind of photos, even files, texts. You can download that in one package. Any questions? Chat?
I have a question.
Yep.
About third parties.
Yep.
When they say we are not selling or sharing information with third parties, how legit is that?
Most interesting stuff, an example, exchanging of customer data, purchase data, data movement between 2 or more e-shops, marketing platforms, marketplaces. An example, I'm buying some kind of accessory for the car in one e-shop. All the other e-shops know what kind of stuff I bought and showing you the promotional material. Next time, maybe you want a coffee cup holder for your car, maybe windshield wipers and other things. It still exists. If we're talking about moving of personal data between data brokers, Or an example, providers, I had a datings club. I have an agreement with marketplace Piguelte. We can't move personal data between these two websites, but we can do some other things. Our customers coming to dating club and seeing some kind of competition with prizes. New iPhone, laptop, iPad, and that kind of things. If you want to win that kind of prize of new stuff, maybe it's even a ticket to the cinema or some kind of check to go to the bar, you need to fill in the form. If you want and agree on some kind of agreement, we will fill in the form ourselves, but we will transfer to fill in the form to the organizers. Organizers are marketplace Piguelte, which providing a prizes. So we feeded them with private data. It was name or nickname and email. We feeded them mailing list emails to have a new customers. It's legal. But there was that only way. Some competitions can be done with some kind of mini games, mind games, and that kind of stuff.
The other question is, how you become a data broker?
Easiest way to do some kind of personal data about financing, some kind of database, how to do your privacy and income check when you want some kind of leasing, small financing, renting something and doing double check of a person, going to work and double checking the new employee, that kind of stuff. So there is no spying only government. If we're talking about spying a person, it's just one way. You need to be secret, private, but it's not spy. Yeah. Okay, let's go forward. HIPAA. In some countries, they have healthcare products and healthcare databases. So we don't have them in Europe, but in the future, we will have it. In Europe, we have GDPR. So an example, in the United Kingdom, when you're coming to the doctor, they will talk with you for 15 minutes to explain you what does it mean GDPR and how the medical institution will use your personal data, medical data. You're signing a lot of papers, and after that, they will do some kind of consultation or some other services what you're asking for. Without explaining you, they never asking you to sign anything. In Lithuania, it's a little bit different. You're signing some papers, even without reading, and then you're, here, if you want the fast consultation. Or you have 10 minutes. If there is no time, we will not consult you. Yeah, it's about Lithuania. In some countries, healthcare information is protected. They have databases. Some medical institutions, they have their own databases. Even in Lithuania, we have several global data storages at biggest healthcare institutions, at insurance companies, at electronic medicine platform provided by government, that kind of things. They have problems with audits. You need to have secure access controls, that kind of things. Next to it, to this topic goes some electronical sensors and devices what you're wearing yourself. Sometimes it's a ring, sometimes it's some kind of watch, sometimes it can be even sensors to measure some kind of waves of your brain and other things. All these collected data, raw or filtered, is also a problem for people if it will be exposed publicly. Leaks already exist, especially from watches for sporting. Movements, medical data, maps, tracks, that kind of things. Even there are situations with military people, with some politics and president guards, that kind of stuff. And it's not about Lithuania, it's globally. Europe, States, even some strange countries, Iraq, Iran. Audit logs. If somebody accessing your data, everything must be logged, and auditing of the logs by HIPAA must be done in some period. Every customer have possibility to access his medical data, healthcare data, and to check what was done with his data. For example, doctor who want to get consultation from other doctor must show the medical data from his own account on his own computer, because the consulting doctor don't have the right to access customer data. He's not doing any consultation. It's not allowed, it's not permitted. It's like with criminal records in databases. Let's move forward. Consumer rights. Well, in Europe, in different countries, we have consumer rights, and all consumers have a right to know who's collected data, how it was used, how it was protected. They have a right to ask for deleting of his personal data. An example, you go to eShop, you bought something, let's see, mobile phone. Lithuanian law saying what accountant of the seller can hold the data for 5 years. But it's about financial data at accounting. If you're talking about consumer data at eShop database, it's not mandatory to hold it. So usually at GDPR and consumer rights, there is a right to be deleted from a database of a seller. Some people using it. Sometimes there is mandatory to automatically delete consumer data after 6 months if he didn't buy anything else. So the last record about your purchase must be deleted if there are more than half a year after it. Opt-out options. It's more about emails, messaging, chatting. E-shops and other consumer service providers didn't have possibility to hold your personal email for longer period, and in all mailing lists at the bottom of a message must be the link to click once and be forgotten, opted out from that mailing list. it's not an example. Lithuania, for marketing purposes, it's not allowed to collect emails, extract emails from websites and use them in the future. You can't spider all Lithuania websites to collect emails of companies or private persons and spam them. It's not allowed. So that opt-out link helping to clean up your mailbox and didn't receive spam from that organization anymore. Any questions? Minutes. Emerging threats. Wow. Anybody know something about quantum computing? No? No? New stuff. We didn't talk about it 5 years ago. High speed, low latency, computing, which now is a problem for the future. It can be used to decrypt almost all algorithms that exist in the world, decrypt passwords, generate new passwords, so the new solutions will come in the future for this problem. Also, we're talking about high speed and fast generation of some kind of data, usage of these fast, not cheap computing powers for AI to have everything little bit cheaper from technological price, from electricity amounts. We'll see. Did you remember from yesterday supply chain attacks? No? Okay. One of the problem for transferring goods from A to B is supply chain attacks. Even the war in Ukraine raises the prices for the electricity, for energy, diesel, petroleum, gas, and other things. All these things is the threats for the future of AI, because the prices of computing power, of electricity will rise, and the user base with higher checks per AI product usage will be not the same as now. It can be even higher for 20 or 30%. We'll see. And also supply chains somehow have problems with cybercrime, with AI usage for optimizing of some kind of logistic. We'll see. Yep.
I'm wondering which institution, platform, or whatever subject, object has the most data about people or companies? Is it supply chains? Is it supermarket? Is it banks? Who has the most data about people? Government? No?
Social security.
Social security?
In Lithuania, #1 database is Social Security. It's not Sodra. There is a lot of other databases with combined data. Even in Lithuania, we have governmental institution Statistikos departamentas. Now it's named Duomenų agentūra. They have almost everything. They have their own algorithms. Tax authority have their own algorithms. They're indexing many things. They're seeing much, much more than we ourselves. There is some kind of a products for predicting what you will do next year. How you will first celebrate the new year. How many people will stay in Lithuania? How many people will move abroad? How many people will spend some amount of money to go to the grocery shop last week of this year? Huh? It's prediction. And all these algorithms are fed by data, and extra data also used for defense stuff, planning.
China embodied that very nice with social indexing.
United Kingdoms have cameras too, and other stuff. So, maybe that's all for now. 5 minutes. So it's good time to check tests. Remember about test from last day. We checked, they worked. Moodle is the access.
Alexandra in the chat.
Yeah, I saw. I think we will connect directly and ask what she didn't see. That's all from my side. Let's meet in cyberspace. Yeah? That's all. Thank you. Bye bye.